Testing. All right, good morning. I'd like to call the Municipal District of Taber, October 14th, 2025, regular meeting of council to order. We have an agenda in front of us. Do we have any additions or deletions? Seeing none, call for a motion.
I'll give a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Those in favor? Before we carry on, I just want to acknowledge that Councillor Brian Hildebrand is on Zoom. So I will watch for his hand to raise, and then if you need a pause, Brian, just do the raised hand motion or interrupt us. So today is the final day of the 2021-2025 council, and at this time we have 3 councillors who will not be having their names stand for the next election. Their amount of service has definitely shaped the MD of Taber. And I will start with Councillor Merrill Harris. He has served 3 terms, has led the MD of Taber through some very challenging times. He was instrumental in the drainage project as the co-chair. He has been the chair of FCSS, the chair of Mayors and Reeves, and been a leader on numerous other committees. He has been a steady for our residents and been available to help them when needed, and has guided us through some significant policy changes during his 3 terms. So thank you, Councillor Harris, for your service. Would you like me to do everyone and then? Okay. So next is Deputy Reeve John DeGroot. So Deputy Reeve has served 1 term on council. He has been the chair of SDA and other committees. He has brought the voice of Hayes and an understanding of grazing and the leases to the council table, and has been a strong leader throughout his community before he came to council and during council. He has ensured that all of his residents and the MD of Taber residents are considered in decision making. And we appreciate the calm voice and the guidance he has brought to the MD of Taber. Councillor Chantel Clausen, who serves for Vauxhall area. We thank her for the agronomy expertise that she has brought, a perspective that only someone in her position of agronomy and youth could bring to the council table. She has been a visionary on alternate options of service delivery, as well as finding stability in funds for the MD of Taber. So thank you for your service. So all 3 of these councillors have done an incredible job and represent their residents with integrity and dedication, and go far and above just coming to a council meeting. Whether it's at committees or whether it's in community, they're present, and it is not just limited to council duties. They are managing to set an example for their residents and their neighbors of rolling up their sleeves and getting the work done. And we are very thankful for their leadership before and while on council. We would also like to acknowledge their families. Their families and their businesses have sacrificed a great deal of time, whether that is from being late to meetings, having to leave on Saturday for a community event, or having to come along to other public engagements. We are very grateful to their spouses and their business partners for the sacrifice that they too have led for the MD of Taber. So on behalf of the MD of Taber and the residents, we are very grateful for the service of Merrill, John, and Chantel, and we wish you well in your next venture. Thank you very much, and it has been an honor to serve with you. I will turn the floor to whichever of the counselors would like to go first. They are aware that they would have been asked to speak.
I'll go first. It's been an honor and a pleasure working with upstanding staff at this municipality and learning from them and helping guide this MD through some tough spots and learning from each other and working with the quality of counselors. We may have gone head to head more than once, but we've always come out stronger and better, and I appreciate every counselor and every staff member, even Jack. No. No, great, thank you very much.
Well, I'd have to echo what John has said as far as the privilege it's been to be a MD counselor for 12 years. When I came, it was going to be 2 terms, and terms were 3 years at that point in time. So that was 6 years, and here we are at 12. So I don't know exactly how that happened, other than I've enjoyed working with staff and council to move the business of the municipality along.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude. Serving our community has truly been an honor, one of those experiences that changes you in ways you don't fully realize until you're at the end of it. I've learned so much about leadership, teamwork, and the strength of the people who make up this municipality. To my fellow counselors, administration, and everyone who's supported me along the way, thank you. Your dedication, your ideas, and your commitment to doing what's best for our residents have made this term something I'll always be proud to have been part of. To the people of Division 7, thank you for trusting me to represent you. I hope I've served you well and made a positive impact in some small way. I'm excited to see what comes next for the MD, and I'll always be cheering this council on from the sidelines.
Thank you. So, which is tradition in the MD of Taber, is to present retiring counselors with plaques. So we will do that. CEO Croft and I will present you, because it isn't just council, it is the staff and all of the MD that appreciates and respects the work that you've brought to the MD of Taber. And so we'll just call all 3 of you up, and then we will have a photo after that. I debated whether that should be at the end, and maybe it should have been, but we wanted to make sure due acknowledgement was given to the retiring counselors. So at this time, is there any other counselors who have announcements or recognitions they would like to bring forward? Okay, then we will move to the confirmation of the September 23rd, 2025 regular meeting of council.
I can give you the motion, but I think there's just one teeny tiny mistake, Lace. 14.1.2. There's nothing, it's not moved by anybody in particular, but I think it was me. Okay, with that, I can give you the motion to accept them as presented.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, we have, is there anyone else who would like to speak? We know about the delegation, so no one is online, Arliss. Okay,
No.
so we will move to delegations. We have Fitting Edge Society, Gary, coming forward. And I'll turn it to CEO Crofts to introduce, and then we'll turn it over to you. And just while you're getting settled, we'll just introduce council.
Good morning, Gary. My name's John DeGroot, Deputy Reeve for Division 5, which is Hayes, Northeast Vauxhall.
Tamara Mianega, which is counselor for Division 4, which is Tabor, north to the Old Man River.
Morning.
Good morning, Chantal Clausen, counselor for Division 7, Vauxhall area.
Hi, Merrill Harris, Counselor Division 1, which is Tabor West.
Morning.
Brian Hildebrand, Counselor Division 3, Grassy Lake and area.
Morning.
And our counselors from Division 2, John Tricato, and Division 6, Murray Reynolds, are not able to join us today. So I'll turn to Arliss, and then it'll be handed to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Reed Mianega. Mr. Smolik is here today at the request of council. The Fitting Edge Society and their application for funding was reviewed at the last council meeting, and council had requested that a delegation, just to become, I think, a little more familiar with the organization, was requested. And he's been working with our community services staff in submitting the application and arranging for today's delegation. So we'll turn the time over to Mr. Smalley.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. I've taken everybody's, as you've mentioned, you've reviewed everything that we've sent in already prior. One of the questions that was brought forth to me after your last meeting was, how are we connected to 4-H? Well, we're not 4-H. We're completely independent. But when you look at what we do, we follow along the lines and support 4-H. And so a little bit of a backstory. The reason why we decided to do this is my son decided last year he wanted to do a beef project for 4-H. Our local club did not do very well at educating or showing or teaching. So we reached out. We started looking all over, and we found there is a clinic to teach kids about the animals and how to groom them and fit them and showmanship up in Stettler. Well, that seems ridiculous that the province of Alberta has one clinic. And my son at that time had taken, without a hesitation, he'd get up every morning, go feed his animals, every night feed his animals and not be asked. When I seen his determination and his excitement for him, it made me turn to my wife and I said, we need to do something to support these kids. There's not enough here. So that was where the whole idea stemmed from out of it. Since then, talking to many 4-H clubs in Southern Alberta, talking to families that maybe are not into 4-H and everything through Southern Alberta, Southern Saskatchewan, and East Kootenays and BC. There's a ton of support for it. So that all of that is kind of the background and history of it. When you actually look at what the Fitting Edge Clinic is going to do, it does provide leadership. There's an expectation, like in 4-H, that you mentor the younger kids. You help. You've learned, so you pass on what you've learned to other kids around you. Confidence. I've seen kids go from hardly wanting to talk to a person and hide behind a parent to stand in the middle of a ring with a 1,300-pound animal beside him, smiling from ear to ear like it was Christmas morning. See those kids go on to do public speaking and judging and be proud to stand in front of who they are and everything. I think it's just another great avenue if you're not into hockey or soccer or other team sports. I think it's a great avenue for them to gain that confidence. Skill development. Since starting down this endeavor, my son has learned about genetics. He's learned about feed and nutrition in animals, breeding, animal health, and what it takes to really look after these animals. Now, he did have a dog, like most kids have a dog, but he didn't get that with a dog. When I got to the animals now, and we have my son at 13 years of age, and he's trying to plan all the way through to university to how big of a herd he can grow and what genetics he wants to have, what kind of herd he wants to be able to sell, what kind of an animal. So it's also given him that long range ability. And I'm using my son a lot in this because I can speak to that specifically. But also talking to another family from southern Saskatchewan. Their child has a bit of a disabled. They can't play soccer, they can't play hockey, they can't do anything. But again, when she can fit her animal and show in that ring, that just means all the world to her. And that's something that she loves to do. So I feel that these sort of having these opportunities, and especially bringing an opportunity like this to Southern Alberta, it helps a bunch of families and kids that don't necessarily want to take 3 days off and go stay in a hotel in Stettler for 3 or 4 days. The ability to have that down here in Southern Alberta. I'm a little bit biased. I mean, I come from out of the East Kootenays of BC, and I've had family in this area in Taber County. So when we had to pick a place, it was either Taber, Calgary, or Stettler. Well, there's no options. It ain't going to be Calgary. They get too much. Stettler's too far, and I like Taber because it's closer to the south. In our clinic, it's not just about the animal either. We've reached out. We've got speakers coming from TELUS Ag to speak about animal health. What does it look like? How can you see when your animal maybe is getting bloat? What is foot rot? And help show and identify these things. We have a couple different speakers coming in who are not tied to feed companies that sell feed, but independent people to come in and talk about animal nutrition. What actually is going to make your animal grow? You don't want to make them so big, so fat that they can't walk. You want to have the good muscle definition. You want to have all of that. So how is that important? We also have another group coming in to talk about sustainable ag. How do we, as young mentors and young kids in today's world coming forward, how do we make sure ag stays strong going forward in our future? And I think that's important that we start to introduce this sustainable ag to these kids at a younger age so they understand it and adapt with changing times. And then the last big one for me is showmanship. Anybody can go buy confirmation in an animal. If you got a big deep bank account, you can go to the States and buy the fanciest looking animal you want and win everything you want to win. Showmanship, on the other hand, takes time. It takes effort on the kid's part. It takes time to bond with an animal. And I think that is truly shown when you stand in the ring with that animal to show them that you've put in the time, effort, and energy to have that animal respect you and to know what that animal's trying to say to you. So that's kind of in a nutshell how we tie to 4-H. It's a bit longer than a quick answer, and I think that's when I spoke with Bryce, we thought it was a good idea for me to come talk. So.
Thank you. Council, at this time, do you have questions?
No questions, but certainly appreciate what you're trying to do with the youth. I had a couple of kids go through 4-H, and our first year was the same thing. Like, how in the heck do you trim this thing and teach it and get it to follow you and do the things you want it to do. And so the more opportunities that these kids have to work with their projects through things like this. And I am not sure if there used to be something in Tabor called the Junior Livestock Classic, and I'm not sure if that's still going on or not, but as I've read what you're trying to do here, it certainly helps these young kids grow and develop, and that's important for future leaders of our community. So I encourage you to, you're doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, on the 24th and 25th, my son will be back here in Tabor showing at the
At the
show
classic,
here
okay.
in-
I just wasn't sure if
in
it's still
October.
going on or not.
Yes, along the same lines, 4-H leaders involved in 4-H for quite a few years, and I never heard of Fitting Edge before, so I did contact some 4-H families, and they're quite excited about it coming in and the benefits it brings along with what you're trying to teach, and I thank you for bringing it down here.
Yeah, thank you. And I should point out the clinic up in Stettler. From the minute the registration opens for that clinic, it is 1 minute and 50 seconds to fill all the spots. That is how, and so if you think of our clinic, only part of it is the clinic is 40 kids to come in and learn. It's open to everybody on the show part, which is interesting because you see a lot of the clinic kids helping show the kids that are just coming in to show what they just learned. And the best way to learn something is to show somebody how to do it. So when you see that that's happening in the youth's cattle shows that are happening throughout Alberta and into BC, in minutes they're filling up. So that's again showing there's a huge demand to it. And you're right. Unfortunately, there's not a long history of Fitting Edge, as we've just started it out this year, and it's been an exciting adventure. We expect to be around long term. Like I'm working with other industries and speakers to try and make this an annual event and gain long-term partnership, because kid education and our youth is our future.
Okay. That's excellent. And we now have a much more comprehensive understanding. So I appreciate it. And thank you for your commitment, and great respect to your son for his work with his livestock. And it will be interesting to see how his herd develops to university. So if there are no more questions, we can give you a final comment. And then later on in the agenda, we deal with our donation requests.
Okay.
Anything you'd like, parting words?
Yeah, I got a million parting words. I can talk for your whole day if you wanted me to, but I'll
Well, we
make
better
it short.
say
I'll
this
make it
too.
short and brief here. Both my wife and I are very excited about bringing this in to the community here. We're excited to work with caterers, restaurants, feed, hotels, the ag complex, everything here to put this event together. When we offer this package together for it, we want to have rooms are taken care of, the meals are taken care of by the catering there at site. You don't have to leave as much during the day, but trying to pull as many groups together into it to be part of it from the community. And April's a long ways away, but it seems like it'll be here tomorrow. So I'm quite excited and looking forward to this first event here.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your time and for coming to clarify some information for council. You're welcome to stay and observe, or you can carry on with your day.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to step out and carry on with our day.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, a motion to receive the presentation.
Motion to accept that presentation as information.
Thank you. Those in favor? That's carried. All right, next on the agenda, declaration of conflict. Seeing none, then we'll move on to the consent agenda. We have no correspondence, no requests for exemption, so we're moving right to number 8, memos, upcoming meetings and events. All right. Again, we're at a bit of a different time when we will have a new council in a week from now. So they will fill those spots, but thank you to Councillor Reynolds and Councillor Turcato, who were acclaimed. They have a commitment to the Pheasant Festival, so we'll have representation there. Anything else from council? Otherwise, a motion to receive the upcoming meetings and events memo. Councillor Close.
Can move to receive the upcoming meetings and events memo.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion's carried. Request for decision non-bylaw, committee of the whole meeting cancellation. I'll turn it to CAO Crofts.
Yes, thank you. Ultimately, this is just looking to have council consider canceling the October 28th committee of the whole meeting. It's a day after the municipal election, and organization meeting will have yet to take place, so you won't even have the committee having been appointed yet. So I think it would be wisest to cancel that meeting.
Okay, I give you a motion that the municipal district of Tabor cancel the committee of the whole meeting scheduled for October 21st, 2025.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. 9.2, Horsefly Spillway Phase 2-1 Contract Award. I'll turn it to Arliss and invite his people to speak to this.
So Thursday, I believe it was Thursday, what we're calling Horsefly Phase 2 Contract 1 project was awarded, or sorry, not awarded, was tendered closed. And as you see in the attached recommendation letter, it outlines those proponents as submitted and their bid price. So if I could just refer to the attached figure as well, what's being referenced here in terms of the project work to be done is from the highlighted area north. So everything north of the CPKC tracks to Tabor Lake are the works that are to be completed. So when you look at it from a bid price perspective, the engineer's estimate was approximately 6.8 million, and the bid price came in around 4.9, I believe. 4.9, with the low bidder being DeGraff Excavating. So with that, I have project manager Jack Dunsmore in attendance, as well as myself, to answer any questions that council might have, at least with respect to this phase of the project. From a funding perspective, I will add that the component that is funding this aspect of the project is primarily the DMAF funding, as well as the EPA flood mitigation grant. It does include elements and pockets of essentially every funding source that we have, but primarily DMAF and the EPA provincial funding.
Thank you. So at this time, council, do you have questions to CAO Crofts or project manager, Mr. Dunsmore?
Just one. The work out there, Jack, in the end of this project out into the lake is the wetland component part of this one, or is that coming in a later phase?
The wetland component is a part of this project. You can see up in the top right-hand corner of the of the drawing. That will be done as part of this phase.
Part of this phase?
As part of this contract as well. Something else I will mention in here as well is there's a high-pressure ATCO pipeline that right, it's actually involved right where the spur line going into Atlantic Sugar is. That has to be lowered. And that price is around $3 million for that, estimated. But because they can't do that till next July, this project will extend over this winter and into next winter before it can be completed, because you can't do it during irrigation. You can lower the line, but you can't tear out the spur line when the water's running. So it'll take 2 winters to finish this part of the project.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
It'll
Councillor
take 2
Hildebrand.
winters to finish. Yeah, so it'll take 2 winters to complete this part, but that is all part of the tender here.
That's right. We had 10 contractors show up to the site visit. And out of that, only 3 put in a tender, and they were all made well aware of that this would have to extend into the winter of 26, 27 as well.
Thank you for the clarification.
Just one more question again, back to the ATCO pipeline lowering. You say it's right there where the Atlantic spur line is where the pipeline is? Or close in proximity there?
It actually runs right through there's a spur line and a road approach. They've got a crossing there, and it runs right through the middle of the crossing.
Okay. And ATCO's going to do that work, but there's only like a small time frame that work can be done too, isn't there?
Well, they can do it anytime, but they're
Hot tap it.
they're not that quick on the draw. At first, it started out 12 to 15 months to get that designed and constructed, and they won't let anybody else do it but them. So the last word we had from them was July of 2026, they would be lowering that. And there's only I think it's about a 6-inch line, and the only people it feeds is Atlantic. So that's their gas line. So they can only be down for a certain period as well. So it has to be coordinated for a 2 or 3 day tie-in, whatever it takes. And that's already in play. So that's being organized already as well.
So this council is very immersed in the Horsefly Regional Emergency Spillway Project, but maybe between Councillor Harris, who's also co-chair of the committee and project manager, you could just give a brief summary of the reason that this project is very important and what phase has been completed and what is remaining. And I know that puts Councillor Harris on the spot, but I know he knows this inside and out, so he's excellent. And Jack can support him on it.
Okay, well, the project, the regional Horsefly Regional Spillway Project came about as a result of regional drainage plan, master plan that encompasses all the land between Tabor and Medicine Hat. And the Horsefly project was the first one picked out of 7 projects because it was deemed to have the most benefit regionally. And that project was broken into 3 phases, and phase 1 is from Tabor Lake down to the Oldman River, and that was completed, started in December of 2022 and finished in June of 24. Does that sound about right, Jack? And actually some pictures were sent around on Friday, if I remember correctly, of it actually working, showing the water leaving Tabor Lake and down to the Oldman River as SMRID is lowering the level of Tabor Lake so this project can be done this winter. Phase 3 from the SMRID main canal to the Horsefly Reservoir was started last winter and completed this spring. And that takes water out of the main canal and dumps it into Horsefly Reservoir. Phase 2 is the distance between Horsefly Reservoir and Tabor Lake. And it's the most difficult phase due to the things we've been talking about here today. the railway, CPKC railway, a crossing has to be done, and we've been working, the technical committee, our boss here, Jack, has been working with them to find the best way to get a new crossing or new bridge structure built for the train. The train has to come out. They have to build a shoe fly, which I believe is coming out into the burrow pit, for lack of better words, while the new bridge crossing for the train is being built, and that's a phase that has yet to be done. The phase that we're talking about now is from everything basically north of that main the rail track into Tabor Lake, and then the third part of that phase 2 is the distance between Horsefly Reservoir and basically Highway 3, because the Highway 3 portion has already been done. Alberta Transportation took care of those culverts or crossings that were put into the road to accommodate this project. So that phase 2-3 will be the last portion done. And basically what this does is, in the event of a big storm event or a need to drain water, we can take about half of the water out of the main canal, run it through Horsefly Lake, through Tabor Lake, and back to the Oldman River. And it opens up the main canal for further drainage down the line, for further drainage off of land and whatnot into the main canal, and being able to dump it in other places along the main canal, whether it's in Sherburne or 40 Mile or back to the river down by Sauter Reservoir. So this is a regional project that all the municipalities and towns between Lethbridge and Medicine Hat have been working on since 2013, 2014, I believe, Jack. And it's a big regional project that the MD has been the managing partner for the whole time.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. I think I appreciate the work that you have done on this project. I'll go to Councillor Hildebrandt.
Yeah, just looking over the recommendation from administration. So the totals include a $250,000 contingency. So I just want assurance that the tender price is the high end on what will be costing the MD of Tabor to complete this project.
It's always the high end on a tender, Brian, but you also realize that some things unforeseen could possibly happen. So far to date, phase 1 and phase 3 have come in under the contractor tender price. We've kept them down to the bare minimum. You probably know me well enough by now. I'm kind of a tightwad, and I don't spend my money, so I wouldn't expect to spend your money unless it was absolutely necessary. The contingency is pretty small for this project, but we're gonna stick within it. We're gonna work within it. And DeGraff has done phase 1 and 3 as well as getting this tender hopefully today, and they've been very good to work with.
Thank you.
So this is an example of a regional project that comes with a price tag that's fairly hefty, but it is a preventative measure to ensure that if there was a flood or overland flooding disaster or weather event, that we can handle the water and that there's a method to return it to the river. It has been a big undertaking by the MD of Tabor, and we commend Jack for his leadership and all the team who've worked on the technical committee, and to Meryl and Gary. So this is another phase in this important project to ensure that infrastructure, safe drinking water, and economic stability is allowed to continue. So with that, any more questions? Otherwise,
I'll give you the motion that the Municipal District of Tabor, as managing partner for Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee, award the tender for Phase 2-1 of Horsefly Regional Emergency Spillway to the low bidder, DeGraff Excavating Limited, for the tender amount of $4,968,075 GST excluded.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions from council? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you for that work, and we look forward to the next phase.
I can maybe touch a little bit on that next phase.
Certainly.
Phase 2, I guess we call it, is the CPKC crossing and Shoofly. That is pretty much designed. We're just waiting for the final sign off by CP. And our hopes are to have that out to tender late October, early November of this year. And that'll be a tough one, but we'll get it.
It's probably the most technical part of this whole project is working with CP and getting up to their specification demands. And then, like I said, it'll be interesting to see that rail track brought out into the ditch, and while that work is going on, and it'll be interesting to see how this transpires.
Yeah, working with our consultants, we've MPE and Stantec are the consultants on the project, and we've been throwing this around quite a bit. The liability is fairly large. There's going to be a huge insurance coverage the local the contractor's going to have to get. This project won't be put out to public tender. It'll be more of a sole source. We'll get probably 3 contractors who have worked with CP before. We can't just have a Jack Dunsmore contracting, put it in for this one. There's just too much of a liability. So we'll be very careful on who we choose to put a bid in on this portion. Arlos has whipped me several times already to keep that in line.
We know it's just a firm stare and a whistle. No, thank you to the admin team and to you as the project manager. It was a big undertaking when the MD took over the managing role, and all of council is proud of the work that you've done to ensure the project's success. All right. Anything else from you, Jack? Okay. This is your time. Okay. Thank you very much, Jack. Okay. We will move on to 9.3 donation request. I'll turn that to Arlos.
Thank you. This particular request for decision regarding donation or funding requests outlines 2 specific requests. One with respect to the delegation that was held earlier today, Fitting Edge Society, and the other with respect to the Alberta Conservation Association and their carrying out of the Tabor Pheasant Festival event that I would guess begins later this week. So, yeah, those are before council. $5,000 and $2,500 are the requests, respectively.
Okay, council, do you have any? We'll deal with the first one, which is Fitting Edge Society. You had an opportunity this morning to hear their presentation and to hear their request.
I kind of like how the cowboy poetry one also went. We helped them out quite a bit, and now they seem to be on their own 2 feet, and I'm hoping maybe Fitting Edge will get more down the road. If it keeps going, they'll get more contributions from agriculture in general, but to get this going, I'm quite in favor. So I'll give you the motion that the Municipal District of Tabor approve a $5,000 donation to the Fitting Edge Society for a junior clinic and stock show event in response to their application to the Municipal District of Tabor donations to community organizations, programs, events, and activities policy.
Okay, any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. Next request is from the Alberta Conservation Association for the Tabor Pheasant Festival event. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've had the privilege of sitting on this committee for the last 4 years. I see the countless hours of volunteer work that go into it. It brings over 700 plus hunters into our community, and they are celebrating their 15th anniversary here. So with that, I will make the motion that the Municipal District of Tabor approve a $2,500 donation to the Alberta Conservation Association for their Tabor Pheasant Festival event in response to their application to the Municipal District of Tabor donations to community organizations, programs, events, and activities policy.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is Heartland Training and Support Hub funding request.
So this particular funding request has come through the Agricultural Services Board, Committee of Council, and they've recommended a particular amount for council to consider in contributing to this group. In years past, the MD of Tabor has made contributions. They are seeking for a higher contribution this year. I do believe, though, based on the correspondence and background information provided, they're seeking that from all parties that they interact with, and municipalities that they serve. I do recognize there's a draft resolution in here, or resolution from draft minutes from the Agricultural Service Board of October 6th meeting. I recognize that spelling there for Councillor Clausen's name is not correct, but that will be changed for the final minutes in November as they review those minutes. Minor detail there, minor but major. So yeah, it does outline in the second attachment to this the number of schools within the MD of Tabor that are being served, and in an effort to just kind of compare it somewhat objectively to a lot of the other jurisdictions or municipal jurisdictions. There are quite a few schools that are served or served within the MD of Tabor. It's not the most, but it does seem to have a few more schools served than some of the other rural municipalities.
Yeah, I think it's pretty important that we support farm safety through educating, whether it's a local Hutterite colony or public school. I'm quite in favor of it. We had a good discussion at Ag Service Board, and we landed a little short of their request, but we felt that was sufficient. So with that, I'll give you the motion that council approve the funding for the Heartland Training and Support Hub in the amount of $4,500 to aid in farm safety education in schools within the MD of Tabor, according to the recommendation from the Agriculture Service Board.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. 9.5, Letter of Support Request, Tabor Cowboy Poetry Society.
This particular request isn't necessarily requesting funds. It's more so, sorry, I guess that's in the title. They're requesting a letter of support as well as the MD of Tabor to act as intermediary for the grant funds if they're approved. The grant is administered and provided by, it's the Community Foundation of Southwestern Alberta Grant Program. for whatever reason, their particular society doesn't qualify from an entity perspective. And as a result, they need to, if they want to apply, or if they want to qualify to apply, they need an organization that can receive those funds on their behalf. Anything in addition to that, Bryce?
Okay. So they're looking for a letter of support.
Can give the motion that the municipal district of Tabor approves providing a letter of support to the Tabor Cowboy Heritage Society for their mentorship initiative in application to the Community Foundation of Southwestern Alberta Grant Program, and approve entering into an intermediary agreement with the Tabor Cowboy Heritage Society upon approval of application to the Community Foundation of Southwestern Alberta Grant Program.
Thank you. Any questions on the approved motion or read in motion? Okay, I will call the question then. Those in favor? That is approved. Thank you. Letter of support request, Tabor Spider Entertainment Cornstalk.
So this request is being forwarded to council again for consideration to support, not necessarily in funding, but in writing, an initiative, a grant application that this organization is pursuing with Travel Alberta. So I believe it's a tourism related funding program that the Spider Entertainment is seeking as it relates to the Cornstalk Music Festival. And there's an attached draft letter of support as well.
So we have seen the economic benefits that Cornstalk has brought to our region. Besides the musical factor, there's lots of economic development, and many of our residents have had the opportunity to take part. Has a long-term regional benefit.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's nice to see whether it's somebody within our municipality or immediately neighboring municipality that takes on the initiative to bring something to this area and works darn hard to see something happen. So with that, I'll give you the motion that the municipal district of Tabor approves providing a letter of support to Spider Entertainment and the Cornstalk Music Festival in Tabor in application for funding to Travel Alberta.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? That motion is carried. We're going to move into bylaws, the Regional Emergency Management Bylaw 2026.
So this particular bylaw has received first reading up to this point. It outlines the first and second reading. It outlines the Regional Emergency Management Partnership with the core partners, in this case being MD of Tabor, Village of Barnwell, and Town of Vauxhall. And then there's an accompanying agreement that has been approved at the last council meeting as well. So it's here before council for consideration for third and final reading.
Okay, we have seen this bylaw at Committee of the Whole and on council agendas. At this time, if you have any questions to administration, please ask them. Otherwise,
I can move that the municipal district of Tabor give third and final reading to the Emergency Management Bylaw 2026, effective upon third reading of the bylaw.
thank you. Questions on the read-in motion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, Irrigation Project Borrowing Bylaw number 2022.
This references the borrowing bylaw with respect to, more specifically, the Scope Reservoir project. And council is committed to moving forward. It does outline kind of the basic and ceiling-based terms of potential borrowing. I do want to reemphasize again, because we did copy and paste a portion from the August 19th RFD. We did literally copy and paste it. So it does reference a maximum rate of 5% borrowing in the RFD. However, the bylaw again does specify a maximum borrowing rate of 10%. And again, that's an up to, not necessarily a specified rate. So I'm just wanting to confirm and make sure council's aware that what's in the bylaw is what is actually intended to be in the bylaw, and what was in the bylaw for first reading as well. Went through a period where it was petitionable by electors and the public. Administration did not receive a petition in that regard, so it is before council for second and third readings.
Arlos or Mike, can you tell me what the going interest rate is like through the Alberta Capital Finance Corporation for a loan like this, or is it less than 5%? Is it 5% or?
I'll let Mike look that up right now. But before he gets you a more detailed answer, just the principle behind having that kind of ceiling with respect to interest rate is just so that it allows flexibility to look for different types and terms of.
So we're not
loans.
necessarily going through Alberta Capital, whatever that treasure branch.
Not necessarily. We haven't.
It
we haven't looked
you
at-
could go through a bank if you found more favorable rates at a bank,
Or you could look at.
and then the amount that's going to be borrowed will be determined once we've got quotes on the irrigation system and the road builds and et cetera, et cetera.
Once you have the finite project costs, yeah.
Yeah, the loans to local authorities is what they've evolved to become now at this point. For a 15-year rate right now is at 3.89%. And those can change day to day or week to week. But the bylaw allows that flexibility to go through something other than the loans to local authority or the province to borrow those funds. And even with in the bylaw being a $6 million borrowing amount, it allows to borrow up to that much. So if we wanted to only borrow $2 million, we also just go up to that $6 million, but would only borrow what is necessary for that point for the project.
It was important to council that this project be funded by the revenue that was gained from it. And that is not what this agenda item is. It is strictly the borrowing bylaw, so that it was made public to our residents, and it follows all the criteria involved in a municipality borrowing funds. Any further questions from administration or council? Have any other comments?
I can give a motion that council give second reading to bylaw number 2022, borrowing bylaw irrigation project.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? The motion reads that council gives second reading to bylaw number 2022, borrowing bylaw irrigation project. I'll call the question. Those in favor? That motion is carried. We have the opportunity today to do third reading.
I think for myself, I would like to wait, this is quite the different direction for this municipality, and I think it's something to make the new council be aware of what's going on and give them opportunity to put in some thoughts, but I'm open to others' opinion on that.
Any other comments? Councillor Hildebrand.
I would disagree with that. I think we should carry on and have third reading. It's a lot of information for a new council to get up to speed with, and I think it's important that we continue with this. So with that, I would make the motion that we have third reading for the bylaw. I just don't have the motion right in front of me here at this second. Here we go. That council give third reading to bylaw number 2020-22 borrowing bylaw irrigation project.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the motion? And my comment is we have gone to the public and this project was approved by council, and this is an opportunity to find an alternate revenue source. And as when we became councillors during our terms, it will be important for administration to bring council up to speed. We just passed a motion on the drainage project, which is funded by grants and other sources. But this project, the borrowing bylaw, gives an opportunity to have a alternate funding source for service delivery that the MD of Taber has an opportunity to capitalize on. So that's my comment. Any other comments on the motion to have third reading? Okay, hearing none. The motion on the floor is that council give third reading to bylaw number 2022, borrowing bylaw irrigation project. Call the question. Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break if we're just waiting on a piece of information. So we will just take 10-minute recess, and for those online, we'll reconvene, let's say at 10:15. Okay. All right, we will resume the meeting, beginning with policies, the signing authority policy.
Yeah, I'll just pass this one to Director of Corporate Services to review.
So we brought the signing authority policy to committee of the whole. Must have been a few weeks now, back in September now, to streamline the process for running our accounts payables and shifting the signatures on checks and negotiable instruments to an administrative task. Along with that, then required an update to the policy, and looking at the policy, we noticed that there was a policy and a procedural directive, and as that was in the last while, the procedural directive was a new function at the MD of Tabor. A lot of what was in the procedural directive had a lot of council policy in it, and so while it looks like there's a lot of change to the policy on here, it's actually just shifting things from that procedural directive into the policy document for things that would require council approval to make changes to, and taking that away from that administrative directive side where that was rested with the authority to change things at the administrative level. So it just moved some of those that approval on who can sign, brought it back to that council decision level rather than the administrative decision making. But ultimately, what the change that occurred was that it allows checks to be signed by a few administrative staff who have signing authority with the banking organization as well. Part of the motion that was made was to bring this policy back, as well as to make any updates to the financial reporting policy as necessary, specifically related to the check detail listings. We looked at a couple of options, and the option that we've come up with at this point doesn't require any change to the financial reporting policy. But I'll have Arliss bring up the location of where those check details can be found now. And hopefully that's a simpler way for council members to find those reports. So it goes into the Catalyst.
I'm just going to go back to the.
Sure.
So when you first come into your Catalyst account, you go to documents, like you would go to access lots of the bylaws and policies, and then right at the top is accounts payable details. It's a couple clicks, but it will always be in the same spot, accounts payable listing details. And then it has the link in that document to access those details. So it will always be there. Secondarily, with the new term in place comes ultimately new hardware devices. So we'll also be putting a shortcut on the desktop of those laptop or computer devices as well for council. So it'll also be accessible always at that location as well. You do have to be signed into your Microsoft account though, for either scenario.
Just so people are aware, the rationale for taking the check names and details off of the agenda was that it could disclose personal and private information and perhaps even a fraud risk for those who are so deviant, but it still allows council to review and see the checks that are written or the EFTs that are completed. At this point, we still have a council member who's reviewing and authorizing, and we have an opportunity to ask any questions, and all of the checks that are written must comply and follow within our current policies and budget. Any questions from any members of council? Okay, with that, if someone's willing to make the motion.
Go ahead. I can give you a motion that the municipal district of Tabor adopt the revised signing authority policy number 12-002.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, we didn't have a consent agenda, so there's no exemptions. 13, council requests for information and motion. I didn't think there would be. So,
I have one.
oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Councillor Hildebrandt.
Yeah, during the whole lease discussions and land municipal lands discussion, we've made a lot of progress on how we've gone with it.
Just
But
one
I
moment.
do think.
Can we turn that
Oh.
speaker up just a little bit? Is there a mechanism for that?
Do I need to yell a bit louder?
Well, or I need to get a hearing aid.
Just 1 sec. It's up. Just 1
Just
sec.
give us a minute. We're going to try volume.
Okay. I do have a tiny bit of background noise where I'm at, so I'll try
No,
to talk over it
we
as
don't
well.
hear the background noise. It's just the speaker seems quiet.
Can you try that maybe?
We'll try this. How
Oh,
does that
much
sound
better.
now?
Much better. Okay, if you wouldn't mind to start again, my apologies.
Yeah, I just want to say that in the municipal lands discussions and development of the leases, various leases that we've developed in the last while, we've made a lot of progress. And I think we've come to a place that is much better than what the status quo is. But I have been hearing one thing that I think we may have missed a little bit on, and that was the desire for leaseholders to have a little bit more permanence in what their hold on the land. And the other thing that we may have missed a little bit on is ensuring that the owners of the land, the residents of the MD of Tabor, are assured that they have a fair return, a market return for the land that they collectively owned. And so with that, I want to put forward a motion that MD of Tabor administration provide advice on a mechanism that would allow MD of Tabor leaseholders to have the opportunity to purchase lease lands at an open market price that would respect both the leaseholder's desire to obtain permanent control of the lease lands and the need of the owners of the land, the residents of the municipality, to receive a fair market return for the assets that they collectively own. And I can send that to administration if that helps.
Yeah, because I wasn't able to get it all written down. So if you have it, take a moment to send it to administration, because you have now a motion on the floor, and I need a moment to process those words.
Are you emailing or texting or how you?
I will,
Or put
Text.
it
What's your
Here.
preference, administration? What's
or
your
or I can email, whatever you prefer.
email? Does it allow you then to have access to it, to put it on that word screen?
Yeah, either way would allow it, but
Okay.
email would be easy or.
Email is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Okay, we'll just take a moment.
Just give me 1 second. Let me know if that came through, or I'll have to try. If I need to try another way.
No, it looks like it did here.
Okay, once it's on the screen, I know everyone just received it by email, but once it's on the screen, I will read in the motion one more time, and then we can have a discussion before we, and just because it's quite. Okay, Councillor Hildebrand has moved that the MD of Tabor administration provide advice on a mechanism that would allow MDT leaseholders to have the opportunity to purchase lease lands at an open market price that would respect both the leaseholder's desire to obtain permanent control of the lease lands and the need for the owners of the land, the residents of the municipality, to receive a fair market return for the assets that they collectively own. Yeah, if you're ready for a question, go ahead. Councillor Clausen.
Would this take into consideration at the discretion of council of the day, just considering, you know, gravel pits, things like that, future expansion?
Yes, what this is doing is just directing administration to provide a possible mechanism. So this isn't a directive to take an action or to sell, but it's just to provide mechanisms by which it could be obtained. And it would come up to a future council to make a decision whether to act on the mechanism or act on the advice or not.
Yeah, I think since day one we started this process, my philosophy has been protect some, develop some, and sell some. And I think I failed as a counselor to bring the perspective of the leaseholders that purchased that right to these lands. And if what you're getting at, Brian, is allowing the people that have the land currently in their as their lease to have first right of refusal or an appraised value that they could, I would be all in favor. And at the last meeting, I think I came across to some of the leaseholders very negatively, but this is my hope and dream of where this MD can go if there's not an asset to the MD, as in gravel or carbon storage or something along that effect. I would plead to the new council that they look at this and take into the comments from the leaseholders that we've heard for the last 18 months. And I would fight on the sidelines for something along that line, and what that would be, I appreciate the way it's worded for administration to bring it forward, but for some of these leaseholders that have had this land for generations, or whether they've laid out cash and put their land on the line to have some sort of opportunity to buy it, I would, if that's what I'm getting at here, I would be in favor.
Yeah, I think it's a way to provide them permanence, and I think that's been a lot of the angst with the whole lease renegotiation or the new lease development has been the angst on what next. And if there is a mechanism that we could provide some permanence without with respecting the need of the municipality and its residents to get a proper return for it, the sustainability of the residential tax increases in particular, but the tax increases we've had in the MD, it's just not sustainable. We can't go, 11%, 7%, 9% continually, and so residents need to get a proper return for their lands, and I think leaseholders need some kind of permanence as well. So that's what I'm getting at with this.
Councillor Harris.
My comment was just going to be, I thought that that mechanism was already in the policies and in the leases. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought that mechanism was there, that the landowner or leaseholder could approach council with a desire to purchase the land, and then it's up to council to decide if it's in the best interest of the municipality to continue to hold it or to sell it at that point in time. But I thought the mechanism was already there.
Councillor Hildebrandt, do you want to respond? Your thoughts?
It's in some of the leases, but not in all of the leases, is my response. I think there's some leases that do not have that.
My thought on this is the commentary I've heard since the day we passed it, is that leaseholders are anxious that if they invoke a sale, that if they enact the part of the policy to purchase the land, it would go to open market. And there's a different level of risk. We see in Vulcan County, they have a mechanism for their leaseholders that they can get appraised value, and the leaseholder has the opportunity to pay the appraised value, which is different than the assessed value. This is another aspect of that versus having it go to market and a higher risk that the leaseholder won't be able to purchase it. They still may not be able to once they see the appraised value, but it does give them one step more security. I have to be honest, this is quite a lot of information to digest, even though many of us have been kind of talking about how could we provide stability, because that was never the plan, to create instability in leaseholders. If that was the case, it would all go to market to tender March 1st. But this council was very active in not having it create instability. So this doesn't change the policy, it just provides direction to administration to provide advice on a mechanism, and I'm reading it. So I don't know that it closes the door or necessarily opens it. It will be up to the next council, but it does at least give an opportunity for further discussion by an upcoming council. And I'm going to make sure everyone who's present today has a time. So I'll go next to Deputy Reeve, but then when you're ready, Councillor Clausen, you can weigh in.
Yeah, like I said, what we've done previously is not in a concrete wall. And I would, before I voted on this, would want to have a little more thought on it, because I'm thinking some of the new councillors that may be seated here will have their own thoughts, and this is pretty late in the game for a quick vote. I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
Just echo some of Councillor Harris's comments. I did think we had a mechanism in there to do just this. I don't think it hurts to have further discussion on it, including the new council, if that's all this motion is a discovery type.
I'm going to ask administration to provide clarity on whether or not there is an actual mechanism and what the mechanism is. We think we all have been in the depths of it, but I think it would be important. And if you need to take a minute to pull the policy up and speak directly to the policy, that's just fine. And while you're preparing for that, I'll turn to Councillor Hildebrandt of your intent with this motion.
So the intent is to put in the possibility for leaseholders to purchase at an independent appraised value, third-party appraisal that neither the MD of Tabor nor the leaseholder has any influence on determining the price, so that leaseholders can get that permanent, and so that the residents get a fair return for their lands. So the intent is to provide an option and information for the new council so they can make a more informed decision when before engaging in the new lease signing.
Oh, Councillor Clausen.
So to me, I would say the option is there. What's lacking is what the process is, if that option was exercised.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah, we'll turn to you, Arliss.
So generally, first and generally, yes, I believe the leases do provide current options for purchasing or initiating a purchase or looking at alternative uses of the land, et cetera, et cetera. But more specifically, if I go to the memo on this matter from the September 16th Committee of the Whole meeting, with respect to next steps, so after the grazing lease policy and the cultivation policies have been adopted, the next steps identified were further defining the sale and tender process, as well as establishing guidelines for evaluation of alternative use proposals and then review of the remaining current land-related policies. So I recognize and respect that there's a motion on the floor that needs to get voted upon. But I guess my perspective or administration's perspective is that which is contained within the motion is going to get reviewed regardless and brought before council. So just because it has been identified as part of the next steps. As part of with respect to the land management plan, there's only 2 policies that have been adopted so far. That's the grazing lands policy and the cultivation lands policy. So there is some further definition and clarity that needs to be established.
Okay, so just if I heard that correctly, that the motion that is currently on the floor is actually embodied in the next step. So there would be nothing contrary to the current policies and the next steps.
No, the only thing that this motion would allow for would be, I don't even want to say allow, it would just provide for more focus to provide in those next steps.
Okay, that's, for me, that's what I was looking for. Before I read the motion in, just because when it's this new to council, I like to make sure it's on the table. Do we have any further comments or questions? I'll read it in one more time. If you have a question after, you can still ask before I call the vote. So that the Municipal District of Taber administration provide advice on a mechanism that would allow MDT leaseholders to have the opportunity to purchase lease lands at an open market price that would respect both the leaseholder's desire to obtain permanent control of the lease lands and the need for the owners of the land, the residents of the municipality, to receive a fair market return for the assets that they collectively own. Any questions at this time? I'll call the vote for the motion on the floor and in front of you. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Is there anyone else who has requests for information and motions? Okay, seeing none, then we are going to enter into closed session. We are waiting on a document that is going to arrive at noon. So I'm going to read in the items that are for closed session and then ask for a motion to go into close. At that time, depending on how long it takes, we'll come out of closed and then we will evaluate if we're just taking a lunch break or what time we need to recess to. So right now, the closed session items, there are 3 of them. Closed session pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA and section 19 and 21 of the Access to Information Act, disclosure harmful to personal privacy and advice from officials, member at large application submissions. Second one, closed session pursuant to 1972 of the MGA, section 20 of the ATIA, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, land purchase request ×2. And the third item, closed session pursuant to section 1972 of the MGA and section 19 and 21 of the AITA, disclosure harmful to personal privacy and confidential evaluations and employment agreement. So if I could get a motion to go into closed session.
Motion to go into closed session.
Those in favor? when you're ready, we'll make a motion to come out of closed and then recess till 1.
I'll give you a motion to come out of close.
I was just gonna
Oh,
ask
should we
about
do those other
the
motions?
other motions.
Yeah. Yeah, let's come, yeah, motion to come out of closed.
Yeah, I'll give you the motion to come out of closed.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve. And so we have some motions that have come out of closed, and then we have a final matter that we'll deal with after lunch. So the first is on member-at-large application submissions. So if we pull
Did we
that.
vote to come out of closed session?
Oh, sorry, those in favor of coming out of closed? That's carried. Okay, so there's a number of motions and they will be a refer to the organizational meeting and they're relevant to the member-at-large appointments to various MD of Tabor committees. So we'll just go through them one by one.
I can give you the motion that Municipal District of Tabor Council put forward the following applicant names for consideration at the 2025 organizational meeting for the purpose of member-at-large appointments to the MD of Tabor Airport Committee. Berend Van Geest, Richard Tams, Barry Clements, and Taylor Evans.
Okay, any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
I'll give you a motion that the Municipal District of Tabor Council put forward the following applicant names for consideration at the 2025 organizational meeting for the purpose of member-at-large appointments to the MD of Tabor Library Board: Sharon Hagan, Jane Porter, Diane Wickenheiser, and Nancy Nelson.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
Can move that the Municipal District of Tabor Council put forward the following applicant names for consideration at the 2025 organizational meeting for the purpose of member-at-large appointments to the Weed Control Act Appeal Board: Chris Siemens, Doug Domalewski, and Bill Parkinson.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
I can move that the MD of Tabor Council put forward the following applicant names for consideration at the 2025 organizational meeting for the purpose of a member-at-large appointments to the Unsightly Premises Appeal Board: Doug Domalewski and Bill Parkinson.
Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
I can give you the motion that the Municipal District of Tabor Council put forward the following applicant names for consideration at the 2025 organizational meeting for the purpose of member-at-large appointments to the Chinook Intermunicipal Subdivision Appeal Board. Subdivision Appeal Board, I think I said that right. Doug Domalewski, Bill Parkinson, and Don Johnson.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
I'll give you a motion that the MD of Tabor formally recognizes and extends its sincere appreciation to Sharon Holtman and York Klempnauer for their many years of dedicated service and valuable contributions as members of the Municipal District of Tabor Library Board. And further, that letters of appreciation be sent to Sharon Holtman and York Klempnauer in recognition of their service.
Thank you. Without the support of volunteers and people willing to be on boards, it would be very difficult to carry out the governance of the MD of Tabor. So with that, any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, and another motion out of closed.
Do you want to do it?
Go ahead.
That council direct administration to send the proponent acknowledgement of receipt regarding their proposal, agenda item 14.2 of the October 14th, 2025 regular council meeting, and will continue discussion related to the matter once the policies and procedures regarding sale of land are adopted.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, I believe that is the last motion that we can make at this time. So I would propose we recess until 1 p.m. to deal with the final two matters in closed session. So we'll move to Okay, we're going to resume the MD of Tabor October 14th regular meeting of council. We have a final agenda item in close, so if I could get a motion to go into closed session.
Motion to go into closed.
Thank you. Those in favor? Okay, so we'll go. Okay, so I did just send this motions again, and so Lace has it, Arliss has it. Lace did have it before, but just, I guess I shouldn't have put that in this so that Arliss had to read it, but that's how I was feeling last night at 10 o'clock.
Good thing we had our little extra 10-minute talk.
Yeah. And she was very responsive on the phone. Because I really didn't like her by email, but by phone she was very nice. So I was like, oh, now I have to like you again because I was kind of frustrated. So when you're ready, Lace. Okay, I would ask for a motion to come out of closed.
I'll give you a motion, come out closed.
Deputy Reeve. Those in favor? Okay, we have some motions coming out of closed session. If you want to put them on the screen or if you read them from your email. I do need new glasses, but that's a little big.
Okay, I'd like to give you a motion that in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, Section 205.1, which requires the annual evaluation of the CAO, Council approves the 2025 CAO evaluation.
Any comments or questions? Those in favor of the read-in motion? That is approved. Okay, this next motion. Councilor Harris.
I can give, excuse me, I can give you the motion that council approve and follow up to the 2024 CAO evaluation and to ensure alignment with the current MD of Tabor employee handbook. The updated CAO employment agreement will be in place effective October 14th, 2025.
All right, any questions or comments regarding the CAO employment agreement? Yeah, so it was, yeah, so the question was, should it be 2024? And the answer is yes, 2024 CAO evaluation, because that was a commitment to council to align with the new HR employee handbook. Any further questions? I'll read the motion that council approve in follow-up to the 2024 CAO evaluation and to ensure alignment with the current MD of Tabor employee handbook. The updated CAO employment agreement will be in place effective October 14, 2025. Questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. I believe we have completed everything on the agenda. And we have completed the resolutions arising from closed session. So today is the final council meeting of the 2021-2025 council. As Counselor Clausen mentioned, it has been the privilege of the 7 of us to serve the residents of the MD of Tabor. And we wish those who will be at the Horseshoe for the next term the best of luck and the best of guidance as they navigate the MD. So at this time, some of us have committee work still this week, but, and again, thank you to Merrill and to John DeGroot and to Chantel for their service to the MD of Tabor. We have one final motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Whoa. So historically, it's been the oldest, but today Deputy Reeve DeGroot has adjourned the meeting. Thank you, everyone.